All right. Yeah, good morning. Welcome to Chuck for options. Yesterday, I didn't expect yesterday to be as egregious as it was. It broke the levels. I was like, all right, bet, we in. And then it broke some more. That was crazy. Boom. Consolidate, and then it was pretty much flat from like there on out. Once some change came, they had like one more move, but that really wasn't anything. Uh, that right there was definitely the move. That was nice. That was really nice. And then on top of that, this was fake, of course. We come down even more. Huge gap down. Down goes Fraser. So my thing is, today we want to look for more downside. It can only. It's interesting. Hmm. I think we're going for this. We could be going for the 661 today, man. That could be kind of crazy. We could be going for those 661s right now, man. That could be crazy. Yo, what's up, bro? Hey, what's good, man? Market is cooked today. I had one good trade and called it quits. It's not about having one good trade. If the market is going one way, that's the trade right there. Now the timing of it matters too, because you don't want to get in too late. Yesterday I got in like really late. Well, I seen it, but by time I wanted to position myself, it was already too late. So I really couldn't participate. I hit the first two trades, but the really, really good one that took everything into the red yesterday, I marked it. So if you want to get readings, I can give you your readings. Yeah, yesterday you gotta just switch up. But I got banged up yesterday too. Everyone got banged up, bro. It's not easy. What are you talking about? Yo, Tesla, bro. I had a nasty Tesla put yesterday. I let it up. I sold it way too early. Like incredibly too early. It was crazy. I opened the short on Palantir a few days ago. I'm letting it ride. Hood, I'm letting it ride. Um, I wrote those I think like Monday. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be. I mean, today's gonna be absolutely sick. I'm just gonna watch and take notes when to make the switch from stocks to options. Yeah, and you don't have to go balls to the wall. $100 with options, can make you fucking 500-600 bucks. It's all about the entry. I'm listening to news right now. If I put on everything that I listen to, I don't think anyone would want to listen to it. Like I listen to 5 different people, 6 different people. Like I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I'm going to invite you to. I have a Discord. I'm sorry. I threw you an invite to the Discord. Oh, Trump just spoke. Yeah, you guys don't want to listen to this. I'm listening to so much stuff right now. It's incredible. Yeah, news must be, especially right now in the market environment. Well, the thing, what I'm trying to do with the channel is I'm trying to get multiple people to be on the same mindset. So I do want day traders in here, and I want everyone to feed in the news. Like, yeah, like we can even get in a Discord chat. Yeah, I do want views on my thing, but I mean, I want news. Like and I can't, and we can't find the news efficiently if we're typing. You can't type and trade. You can't look for news, type and trade. You can't do all that stuff at once. So uh talking is so much easier. It's like, hey guys, this news is happening. Other people talking rather than typing, and they can actually pay attention to trading. I mean, it's just so much that goes along with it. That's how I know there's so many fraudulent rooms, fraudulent people, because there's a way that you just have to do it a certain way. Like, it's not a choice, it's just how you have to do it. Yo, Trump might resign. Yeah, I was going to do. So one thing I was thinking about doing was what are you watching? What's on your watch list? Excuse me. We got 3 minutes. All right, we got 2 minutes. Let me put this stuff in. All right, high, low, open, close. All right. Oh no, I put it in the wrong place. Shoot. And I have to delete that other stuff. That's crazy. That's the 1 minute mark. You've got to be kidding me. You know what? All right, we're about to open up in like 20 seconds. And I will be ready. Cut. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was doing new stuff all morning today. All right, bang. This is Thursday. This is today, and we are open right now. Friday. Let's get some contracts. Let's see what's going on. S&P's already down 1%. The low pre-market was 663. All right, we open up down. All right, the immediate reaction was buy. Want to see order flow. Maybe later. All right, here we go. Here's Nvidia down, down, down. Oh, that's crazy, bro. We're going to see if this is more selling. We had some buying when we first opened, but immediate selling. Immediate selling. What's the big hood? Hoodie low, A&D, SC. So yesterday we didn't close the gap. I mean, I don't even know why I'm even thinking about upside right now when there's so much, but these puts are so inflated. They're already up 500%. I don't know if that is sustainable. I don't know. I really don't know. This gap is all the way up here at 671. It's 671. That's one hell of a gap to fill right there. right, we're gonna wait. Tesla's 391. So we had 2 days of just like pretty much, or one day was a big sell. All right, we have a new high today at 939. All right, I'll fill this stuff in as we go along. 1114. Right, we're gonna mark that low. 34. All right, we have our low. We have our tap. We had a high of 673.63 in the pre-market. We're back in here. We're back in here. All right, so we have our pre-market numbers for SPY high 673.63. Let me put that in while I'm saying it. $73.63. All right, and this is a low, 663 low. Open 665. 34. All right, so we're approaching. All right, pop, pop, pop. All right, so our levels. I think if we get any relief, we'll hit the top side. And I'm just going to give my low end. I'm going to get my low end. I'm just giving my top and my low end. That's all. I mean, it's going to be 50-50 either way, right? Mm. Recent video is about to close the gap. Right here. All right, so she's about to close the gap right here. Tessie is still down here. Crazy. Bitcoin hit 94,000. I think it was just at 126. And 26. I am looking for a gap fill reversal. I'm looking for us to fill in the gap. And I think we're going to probably start making a move around like 11. I mean, it's 50-50. Like, up or down, but the time frames kind of matter. But, this is going to do something. Until the big move. Let's see if you're writing something. My bad. Watch this right now. Is Amazon, ASBP, LBBD, the only three players moving in stocks. All selling. Yeah, Vu's good. Yeah. All those are good. You just want to buy into those. Just so your Discord man, we'll continue to watch streaming from Chrome. Okay. All right, that's fine. Yeah. I just opened it up because it's faster to talk. All right, so this is looking to close a gap. All right, so today's a gap day. So today will be a gap day. yesterday. And didn't move like this. And everything's on the upswing. All right, so if this is a bull trap, okay, because right now everything is going green. All right, this is feeling like a bull trap. If I'm sticking with my thesis, because my thesis is a gap fill reversal. A bull trap will do exactly that. Fill the gap, get people on the call side, get people heavy into calls, and then crush the memory, and then crush them. Then that's when we're going to get something in the news, something bad. Trump is in the tape. Trump got to resign or some shit, and that'd be the Friday. These puts were up 500%. Now they're down to 200%. This is gonna be a gap fill reversal. I think we're gonna fill that gap in, and then we're gonna keep going down. I want to short every top. That's what I want to do. But I don't think I'm gonna start marking those until maybe like the 10:30 hour, 11 o'clock hour. I still have to mark these levels because we gotta follow them. So we just gotta be patient. That's not gap, by the way. That's not gap. Why does it look like that's Tesla? There we go. I was about to say that is not the gap. We haven't been this way in a minute. All right, we're gonna put this in higher high, 949. Structure change going down, 949. What did I say? Uh, higher high. Structure change. 694. All right, we're going to see what this is going to do. So they're going to turn those calls green or semi-green. They're just rinsing out these puts. I think they're just rinsing out these puts, man. I mean, it's not going to just go in one direction. I mean, it can go one day. You know, I'll get in at some point. Like this would have been a good call, you know, buying a call here, but you know, I don't really want to make any moves. Although I probably should, because we don't know when this is going to stop. We don't know. Well, we know we have a good idea when this is going to stop. Fill in the gap up there. Oh, that would have been one hell of a move. Buying the 671. The filler call. They got more to fill that. 3 deviations. I'm going to take that. So I took that before. Because that makes a lot of sense. Especially since they're going to go for the gap fill. I mean, I'm really late to the move. But that was a yeah, I should have bought down here. 935 as soon as we open. Well, no, confirmation up here. So right here would have been a good buy, you know, especially when we go above opening print. So anything right there would have been a good buy, especially when we got confirmation we were going to test. And well, we were actually testing the gap. Once we seen we were testing the gap, a safe bet, a safe play is then okay. Because yesterday we didn't test it like that. We just tapped it. This one we ate some of the gap. You know, that's a lot different. That's a lot more confirmation. At least right there is like we were approaching it. We were looking for confirmation and we marked it, and that was top of the puts. I sold out of my calls right there, marked it, and then things went down, and I was late. That is when I was late. Yeah, got filled first. So I don't know why I would call it, but I wouldn't play it. So, you know, it was it's an easy play, and I should have played it because I knew I should have played it yesterday. You know, I played the first two plays. I played the 934 play, whatever that was. I played the 9 right here in lower high. I played these two guys, made money on those. They were both 100% plays in minutes. Both of them. Inside the evolution of Robin Hood.
composite match products, which or still continue to be unique.
Dow's down
And
900
of course,
points
prediction
currently.
markets as well.
Coming
Just
up,
saw
Julie
you as
Hyman
well.
has you covered on Market Catalyst.
Yeah,
We'll be right
that
back.
we will probably follow that. By the way, we would probably follow the Dow. That's why I am getting ready for that move. Tight stop losses, definitely. They can play around with this for a while. We're hitting that 10 o'clock hour. So today is no news. We don't have any news today. So this is just everything is we're left to our own devices. Was getting told. You see, that 671 was money, baby. I should have picked that 671 up when I seen it. When I seen it, I should have picked up the 671. 671 doubled up. Come on, buddy. What is this, man? Oh. What is this? 6, 8, 9, 70, 71. Okay, so yeah, that is some. Oof, that is a move. Oh God, that was a really good play. That was a really good play. When I seen the 671, man, when I seen that 671, I seen it at a different price. Let me make sure it wasn't that one. Yep, it was that. Yep, it was that. Fuck. Oh my God, I be on this. I be on these moves, man. Oh my God. Oh man, man. I just gotta strike harder. I just gotta strike harder. Sometimes I'm just too light. But I just gotta strike harder. That's all. That's all that really is. The amount of errors you have equates to the amount of money you have. But the moves only happen, but so much, and they're so fast. You only get maybe like, I think like 4 or 5 trades a day. You don't get a lot of freaking trades. That's why you want to get better entries. It's feeling kind of serious. at 10 o'clock. Usually that's a structural change. 10 a.m. But usually it's a structural change, and that's exactly what it did. It did. That's exactly what it did. When I did, we did. We put my hands upon my hips. We did like what we did. 68.75. Let's put some space right there. So yesterday they faked this out on the gap fill. Today, thus far, they have eaten up some of the gap, and it's been a total reversal. Let me turn some news back on.
In early October. Let's bring in Ines Ferre here because, of course, she's been watching not just over the past several days, but all this year for the past several years.
They turned the chat off.
Do we know what is really driving this recent
The chat
bout
is
of
like
selling?
the best part, yo.
Well, we know what's not driving a rally in crypto right now, and that's very important because on October 10th, you had that liquidation event, which spooked investors, but you've also had long-term holders, whales, that have been selling at the highs.
This is the UVIX.
They like to buy at the lows, and they're not stepping
the
in.
UVIX.
You have ETF outflows. In fact, yesterday,
whenever the
saw
UVIX
the
is green, this is going to be red.
ETFs since
Whenever
their inception.
this is red,
So
this is going to be
what
green.
you're not
They're
seeing
inverse
are
to one
marginal
another.
buyers, and that's one of the points that 10x Research has made, that there's no new marginal
So when
buyers,
this goes down to fill that gap, this is going to go up to fill that gap.
Range bound and weakness, and what they're watching for is the $93,000 level.
If it doesn't, the other one.
They're
Now,
saying is that
there's
below
other
that,
interactions
you are
that
going
goes
to hit an
along,
air
like
pocket.
with the VIX.
So
Why not put
unless
SPY
you
right
have
there? Like usually, if I put the VIX
that
over
would
there,
send crypto higher,
when these two line up,
there
it's going to
doesn't
be a
appear to
strong
be.
move.
Even Sean Farrell of Fundstrat, who is a major bull when it comes to Bitcoin and crypto in general, he has turned in more cautious tone over the last couple of days, because what he's saying is that, okay, the liquidity that we're expecting from the government to reopen, that liquidity won't be felt for another month or two. The government shutdown was longer than what they had what anybody really had anticipated. So that tailwind is the timing of these tailwinds matters. And then you have the question of the Fed, which he's saying it's a coin flip. It's a toss up of whether the Fed is going to cut or not. And you need the Fed to cut in order to be able to support these asset prices going higher. And that's what strategists across the board are saying, is that now the odds around 50-50 if they cut or not, that doesn't bode well for crypto in the near term.
I mean, it's so interesting, Ines, because there's this whole debate ongoing about whether crypto and Bitcoin specifically is a risk asset, right? But it feels like it's a risk asset. It feels like it's sort of correlated with what goes on with the NASDAQ. It feels like when there's a risk off, you talked about it yesterday, that crypto definitely bears a lot of the brunt of that.
100%. And strategists talk a lot about when crypto does well, when Bitcoin does well, it also is constructive for equities because it tends to front run. And so you have strategists that have been talking on that end, but now you're looking at equities that are not doing well. So this doesn't bode well for crypto across the board. The other point is also when you're looking at fund managers that have these ETF holdings and the underlying asset is going down, they're going to get tapped and say, hey, you better trim some of those positions. So this Christmas rally that investors at bulls have been expecting, it may not come through if the Fed doesn't become more dovish pretty soon. But Julie, I know that you spoke to Michael Saylor, the ultimate bull. Talk about bulls. Yeah. When it comes to Bitcoin, I'm curious as to your takeaways, because at the time you were talking to him, you saw Bitcoin around 100,000 and even dipping below that.
Yeah, and it kept going lower, obviously, after that. And there was actually a story circulating this morning that Strategy may have cut its Bitcoin holdings. Now, Saylor was out publicly saying, no, that's not the case. We may have moved some of our Bitcoin from one wallet into another. And he said, as usual, on Mondays is when they come out with their Bitcoin buying plans. He said, expect to see that we will have added Bitcoin. But what's also interesting to me is Strategy, with the stock falling pretty sharply this year, especially in contrast with Bitcoin and compressing the premium that it was trading at to Bitcoin itself, that they're now offering like more of a menu, if you will. I want to play what he told me yesterday, what he told me and Brian Sozzi yesterday about strategy in this respect.
If you want max performance, you're going to take max volatility. Strategies up 75% a year on average for the last 5 years. So you can actually outperform Bitcoin if you buy an equity that's amplified like MSTR. If you don't want to trust anybody, you want no counterparty risk, you buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin's up 50% a year over 5 years, no counterparty risk.
So like he's kind of saying, strategy stock is not for everyone, right? He says some people might want to buy Bitcoin itself. And then they've got this new, what they're calling a digital asset credit, Inez, called Stretch, which pays a yield of 10.5%. And is sort of a yielding instrument aimed at smoothing out the volatility in Bitcoin. So he's sort of taking a little bit of a slightly more nuanced take.
Yeah, these are they're more and more sophisticated products, you know, as they continue on this full-on Bitcoin road. These products that if you are a Bitcoin bull and you want to play it in different ways, you will play it in different ways. But look, I mean, to your point of strategy, year to date, the stock is down 33%. If you played Bitcoin, you'd be better off, although we'll have to see where Bitcoin ends this year.
It is very unpredictable, Ines. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. We'll take a listen to any of the big tech company earnings calls, and massive spending on data centers grabs a huge share of the spotlight. Generac is aiming to be a major player in powering those facilities, and company chairman, CEO, and president Aaron Jagdfeld is joining me now. Aaron, you know, it's really fascinating because I think people think Generac and they think of those backyard generators. So this is really a brand spanking new business for you guys where you're pushing into the data center. I would ask you what spurred it, but I guess it's pretty obvious. We're seeing huge demand for this stuff.
Right.
But you really just started making these. So what are you hearing from potential customers, and have you guys started to sign on any of the big hyperscalers as of yet?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Julie. You know, this is a new product line for us, but we've actually served the commercial and industrial markets with backup power for almost 50 years. So we just haven't been into
and more focus on their hyperscaler capital spending. We know that was $27 billion higher in the second half and also $90 billion for 2026. So we're going to be focusing on those figures next week.
And that's Wednesday after the closing bell.
Exactly.
Okay, what's next on your list?
We're going to take a look at M&A Friday with Merck here. So this deal, so those shares now in the green. So ticker MRK shares are now in the green, as I mentioned. Just like slightly 1/10 of 1%. It was down earlier as investors trying to parse what this means for Merck specifically. We know that they have agreed to acquire Cidara Therapeutics, $9.2 billion. They're going to be paying $221.50 per share in that offer, which is more than twice Cidara's Thursday closing price. And I think the focus here is the fact that Merck is trying to position for flu treatment specifically, because they did suffer that loss of their patent in the cancer space, but maybe something that they can make up for in the flu treatment space. And our Bloomberg Intelligence analysts also pointing out that, listen, this is like a first-in-class product in the space in terms of flu solutions, and also perhaps reflecting that, you know, there's still a little bit of malaise over vaccines in the U.S., so maybe something that Merck can capitalize on.
All right, MA go on the terminal to see who's getting paid here. The investment banker for Merck, BofA Securities, the investment bankers for Cidara Therapeutics, Evercore, and Goldman Sachs. So people getting paid there. What's next?
Let's take a look
668.
at Walmart. Big news there. So those shares, ticker WMT, and shares are down 1.6% at the moment. The big news, of course, is that CEO Doug McMillon will retire in February, and he's going to be replaced by John Furner, which is, as expected. Furner has long been viewed as McMillon's heir apparent. And, he's going to be, the expectation is that he's going to be a continuity sort of a successor, right? Like there's not really a lot of change expected here. I think the focus is still whether they're going to be able to maintain those market share gains that they've enjoyed recently and the consistency in their performance. And question really for Furner is he going to be able to extend the technology first sort of focus that his successor pioneered, right? So McMillan went from, he was an hourly worker at Walmart, and then he was credited for their digital transformation. So whether Furner is going to be able to continue that or evolve that beyond what his successor has done is going to be the question.
And that story is pretty consistent because I believe Furner is also a Walmart lifer who started out as an hourly associate. So
it pays to be a lifer.
Apparently it does. All right, Christina.
It pays to be a lifer. It pays to be a lifer. AI destroyed millions of jobs now and looking forward. If it can't break higher day, it will look bad. Black flag. If it keeps selling, go Bears. These Bulls will lose it all. But he's bullish. All right, we're going for it again. We're going to see if it matters. I mean, we're definitely on this NVIDIA and Apple. We got a yin and a yang going on. So we're looking for you to break through or reject it again. You gotta do something, buddy. You gotta do something, buddy. That looks like rejection. That looks like rejection. Well, gotta give it some time, but well, no, the other time is no. Look at that rejection. Wow. It looks weak right there, man. But you know they like to do some weird stuff all the time, bro. All right, they're going for it again. All right, that's it. It's looking kind of, I guess this is looking kind of bullish. We came up, consolidate. The Bears couldn't keep it down. There it goes. Eased up in it. Eased up in that thing. All right, we're going to keep that line here for a little bit. All right, so we're filling this gap. Damn. Hoodie went from 112 to 123. That's crazy. What's going on? Can you hear me? You can? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're just a bit low. I have a lot of things in my ear. I'm turning you up a little bit. All right, there you go. All right, so we're looking to fill the gap. So we are definitely filling the gap right now. There's a Trump tweet right now. We went up for 2 days. We went down for 2 days. And now this is the fifth day. Are we going to rally today? Damn, I really lunched on the 673s. I wish I didn't. I really wish I didn't. Damn, I really wish I didn't fucking lunch on those. But like in the beginning of the day, like just immediately out the rip, that's when you want to get the best price of the best price of the best price. But the thing about that, you gotta be right. You gotta be right. Yeah, you gotta be right. Or just gonna be a big gamble. And I seen that price for a couple of minutes. I'm pricing everything out. I'm looking at everything. And, I'm like, is it really going to fill the gap? And, because they faked it out the other day, but we ended up filling the gap and going for it. Excuse me? Under $150? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you can buy a single contract for cheaper than $150. You shouldn't be buying contracts for more than, honestly, you should be buying contracts for more than like $30, $40. If you're spending more than $30, $40 for a contract, you're kind of FOMOing. Close the gap. Oh no, we didn't, not yet. All right, my call is doing really good. I bought my call a little bit too late. I really got to start striking a lot harder, a lot faster, because like I have the work in front of me. I have all the metrics in front of me. It's just I have to be a little bit more aggressive. A little bit more aggressive. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry about that. Well, the thing about that, well, you have to wait for the next level. You have to wait for this trade to finish out, and then it's going to be the next move. We're going to know. We don't know if we're going to move up or if we're going to move down. Because right now you can just be buying at the top. We really don't know. At some time you are going to have to jump in, but I mean, just pick the right time. So it's 10:42. We're hitting a crucial window. This is a crucial window. Excuse me. Thank you. My 671s. Oh my god. I'm really pissed. That was my trade right there, man. Ah, that pisses me off. That pisses me off. Because once you buy it, once I would have bought it, I would have seen it running up, and then I would have immediately attacked it. I would have immediately attacked it, and then I would have been pretty much finished trading as soon as this pivots. Yeah, I know. Now I gotta fucking deal with the freaking rest of the day. Now I used to attack them. I want to say about like a month ago, 2 months ago. I used to attack it like all the time. Boom, 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 and it was nice. It was really nice. Um, hold on. Let me turn up some more. I answer. I mean, ask. What do you mean 673? Oh! You mean my contract or the 670? The 671. I should have bought the 671 at 9:30. I seen it at like 9:32, 9:33, and then at 9:34, 9:35, everything started really popping off. Wow, that thing's in the fucking money already. Oh, that's crazy. Dude, I seen it for $54. What brokerage do you use? Robinhood. Are you looking at SPY? Are you looking at what contracts are you looking at? 672 call. You bought the 672 call? That's really expensive. I mean, it's really expensive, but it's in the money. You know, you have that going for you, but it's still kind of you a bot. That's funny. Yeah. All right. So my contract hit over 100% right now. So we don't know. I don't know where we're going to go from here. We just got to get ready for something. You know, we have until about like 10, I mean 11:30. We can say 11:30 because this thing's been ripping since 9:35. 9:35 all the way up here. You see, now there were certain contracts you could have bought. I could have given you a suggestion. Instead of paying $200, I could have given you um Trump is tweeting again. It seems to be kind of positive. Yeah. What are you looking at now? Are you looking for a contract? You looking at what? Oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's going to be another phase. There's going to be another phase, and right now, do you see how the market is taking a breath? Well, we're going to see if this move was real and we have follow through, or we're going to break down because it was fake. Now this can be a dead cat bounce or a bear trap. I mean, a bull trap. You know how you can see the bull trap in the short lens, in the 5 minute, the 1 minute, stuff like that. Well, you just got to scale it out. So I'm keeping my eyes on the I don't want to let the contract go, but there's a lot of meat on the bone. But I don't wanna I don't wanna let too much go, and then a great trade turn into a mediocre trade, and then real quick that mediocre trade can turn into yeah. Because if this is real, and then it's cool. I have some I have some wiggle room. So that's what you want to do with the you want to. That's why you want to look for clean breakout trades. You don't want choppy trades. Yeah, you definitely have to have nerve. You gotta have nerve. Mm. But you also don't have to play options like this either. If you have a certain amount of money, you can play options a whole nother way. That's a lot safer. Um, a hell of a lot safer, and that's the way you're actually supposed to play options. This is just gunslinging right here. Like if you have, I'm just trying to make up for lost time. I'm just trying to do it in a fast track, but the right way, in a fast track. You see this breakdown? This is a breakdown. I don't like this. And definitely just want to wait for the next trade. You see? No. What time is it? 11:57. I have to mark that high of day. 10:49. 10:49. New high of day. 672.82. What time is it? 58. Yeah, going into 11. Yeah, this 11 o'clock hour is very potent. There's a lot of things that happen at this 11 o'clock hour. You see, 10:30 is crucial. 11:40. These are big pivot points with the stars. Double stars is very crucial, especially on data days. Dude, it lines up like a freaking puzzle. It's crazy. You can only imagine what their schedule looks like if I can pick up on small shit like this. Well, this isn't small, but man, I can only imagine what smart people are freaking doing. Like the type of information, people that can code, stuff like that, have their own charts, and man. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how to program. I don't know how to do that stuff. Um, I have the 679s. The 679s were really good. They were $8. Now they're $16. That was a 200% move right there. I mean, 100% move right there. Also, you have to think of contracts a little bit more complex. I think you're looking at them a little bit linear. You have to break it up. I understand, but you want to measure the move. So if you think we're going to move $2 or $3, no matter what, when you look at the contracts, they're going to move 2 or 3 levels. So a contract can be up, it can be cheap, but if you think we're going to move $2 or $3, you got to move those numbers around. That contract is going to move, and that's how you measure up the contracts. So it was like, all right, we're at 670. I think we're going to hit 673 today. So buy the 673s while they're cheap. You can put more money into them, and then as we move into 673, the 673 turn into 5 cent, 15 cent, 30 cent, 50 cent. But you got 10 of them for $3 for $30. Now they're worth $50 a piece. That's how you do contracts. I just made you $1 million right there. That's why it's so important learning about the gaps, learning about what happened overnight. It's so important. That stuff is really important because you see, I seen that 670, the 671 for $400. I mean, for $53. You know, but with us filling the gap, it got up to 160, 168. $54 and 160, 168, it's like, all right, I buy the one for that price, but then I see that the price is going up because we're going to go fill the gap in. I buy the next one for $60, or I buy the next two for $60. But we're going to go fill in the gap. It hits that price. That's fucking, what that's one, that's almost $500. Just like that. And that's what I used to always hit. I can always hit those, and I just have to go back to that. You know, and when I opened myself up to later day trading, that's when shit got really weird and shit got like way tougher because you got to put up with this stuff. But the day to days, those are the easier days to trace because if something happens at 12, you know what's going to happen. Because what's happening pre-market or pre-day, from 9:30 to 11. Because of what's happening at that time, what's happening then. We have data at 9:45, at 10, and at 12. You can map that out easily. And those were the more profitable days when the government shut down and all that stuff stopped. And then honestly, that's when my PL start dropping because we don't have the data. And every day was pump, pump, pump. When technically, it's going to get so many technicals. It's going to get so many technicals. It's not supposed to be doing this. It's not supposed to be doing that. But it's that's why on technical days I do awesome because it's like, well, it's supposed to do this. Like, yeah, but it's usually like that. But it's just when you can't control a Trump tweet. Like, the fuck. That Trump tweet helped with all this pump, believe it or not, this morning. The first tweet. So now here's that gap fill right here. So here's that reversal. So that was a good time for put. So I'm thinking we're going to go lower. But that's why you want to trade in segments. You just can't put in the trade at 9:30 and come back at 3 o'clock and expect your shit to be good. Like, that might happen one time out of 10. But now we're in a new trading segment. It didn't want to move. This was the perfect level. This was the perfect time. Because over like even over here, you just gotta just wait and see. Now the thing about stocks is trading a stock is a lot different than trading SPY. I prefer to just trade SPY because a stock, too much can happen. Too much can happen with the CEO plus the market and this and that and all this stuff. The only CEO of the SPY is Trump. Powell. Stuff like that. Uh, uh, the CEO from Target can't affect the stock market. They can't say nothing crazy about the company and tank the stock market. You can be in a trade and you can be trading technically well, then all of a sudden the CEO says something of the company and now your shit's fucked. Or it can help, but it's usually fucked. me see. Look at this. We could. That's crazy. Oh, that's why that came up. See, they've rinsed all the puts today. They were 500% today. These puts, by the way, they were up 500%. At the low of the day, they were up 500% because that's when I started shopping for calls. That's when I was looking at. That's how I know that call was so cheap because I was about to buy it. And I was like, damn, if this market continued to sell off. But even then, I could have bought I guess I could have bought both a call and a put. You know, just a two-legged spread and then just break out of it. But it's still early. It's so early. It's 11. It's only been an hour and a half. Yeah. Yeah, it'll come. The the trade of the day, it'll come. Usually they give you some cheese so they can catch the rats. And this could be the cheese. Now, remember, those puts are rinsed, and it's still early. Now, we can continue the run. You know, we can, yes. You know, this is just a little bit of consolidation, some breathing. You know, we did move, but we already breathed once. But this was the tweet. This was the tweet. And then he tweeted again somewhere over here. His tweets got a lot of people to hurt themselves a few weeks ago. Do you remember the tariff tweet? Yeah, a lot of people hurt themselves because of that. That's crazy. These puts were up 500%. Dude, that's how fast these contracts move. These puts were up 500%. Now they're down 0.6%. You know, it's just a seesaw. It's a big seesaw. But it's a. Yep. And that's how fast it goes. That's how fast it goes. Just that fast, man. I mean, it's looking kind of strong. If you were going to add on, this is looking like an add on. That's looking like a good add on trade right there. Yeah, the 671s are 276. That's crazy. 260. That's incredible, man. I was right there. Huh? On that dip. Yeah, yeah. But it depends on where you think the market's going to go. You know, like at that point in time. You know, like we had 2 days of sell off. We sold off for 2 days. Um, we we filled the gap. If you were going to do anything to the upside or downside, you know, you you had time here to go up, you know, breathing time. You know, you gotta That's crazy, man. I seen this contract for $54. These are $2.55 each now. $2.55 each. I was on the wrong ones. I was on the 273s. Because I just sold my 273s. So we can. It looked like we're just gonna keep running up. The 673. Okay. I mean, okay. Good luck. Watch it. Your stop loss is going to be, would have to be somewhere around this point. Like if we maybe break structure, like if you go up, 20-30%, then you can start moving up your stop loss. But when you buy a contract, don't sell it all because it goes down, 1 or 2%. You have to give the time frames. You have to give it time to cook. Are you looking at the 1 minute or 5 minute or what? Okay, yeah. Now remember, the 273s, even at 10 o'clock, they were at $68, $72. You know, even then earlier they hit $53. They were at $53. Now they're at 155. That's 300%. You got to look at stuff like that too. So you bought something that's already at a high premium. Wait, hold on. I have something in my ear that shouldn't be there. What's Are you listening to something? Okay. Okay, all right, my bad. Go on. All right, what do you say? Yeah, of course. Once it hit whatever your profit target or your stop loss is, yeah, you can sell it immediately. You can't use that money until the next day if you have under 20 with 24,000. But yeah, there you go. Quick, quick. roll position is if you want to move that position to another strike date. No. Yeah. Yeah. Whenever you so even if you're up, you know, let's say if you're like, you know what, I want to just be up, you know, I'm okay with 15%, you know. Well, when you hit that 20% mark, you can have a sell at the 15%. And so if the price ever drops right there, no matter what, you're going to get out for the price that you're okay to get out at. Now you can start moving it up so that as it go up more, so if you're up 15%, then all of a sudden you go up 50%, you know, you don't want to just leave that 35% out there hanging, you know, move it up to 40%. You know, you just made an extra 25 on top of the 15 that you wanted. Yeah. All right. This is double top scenario. Double top. Double top. You want to kick the door down? Well, that's the next level. That's the 673. You will then move up into theta proof territory. $673. There you go. 184, 186. You got them for like 160, right? There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. So now, if you want, you can put a stop loss on it. So then, you know, you won't go past your threshold, or if you think we're going to go throughout the day, we're going to go. So we're in that 11 o'clock, 11:30 hour, and we're in this momentum. So I would feel I would just let it go and just watch it. I would just let it go and just watch it. That's it. Number 10. You see, I sold my contract over here. I was at 100 and something percent. I let it go down to 85%, and then I sold. And then all this shit happened. I'm like, fuck. Would I really want to have held my contract all the way down here? Then I would have been up like 5%. And then what if we keep dropping? Now I'm negative, you know, but we went back up, you know, so it would have been up a heck of a lot more. No. Yeah, right here. I feel you. So now open up the contract. Go go to the contract. Open it up. Yeah. Now, do you see the timeline on it? Go go back to the date. Go back to the time frame. You see at 10:15. Oh wait, there's 73. I was in the wrong one. You see? Even at 10:15, this thing was at 10:51. And so and you were debating. So you spent 3 times the amount, 3 times as more just for holding off. You know, but we were already in momentum, so that's what you gotta wait for. Yeah, Bulls definitely stepped in. Wow, I let my thing go a little bit way too early. Wow, dude, for $50, that thing they're up $300 a piece now. I could have got it for $54. Wild, wild. So For safety reasons, I sold one of my contracts, but I got my other contracts that I did keep because I was okay with letting them hold on a little while longer because they weren't as big. You know, I didn't get the momentum. I got the wrong side of the momentum, and I waited just. I waited, yeah. We waited way too long for it. Well, no, you know, you're new, so it's okay for you to wait that long, you know. But you know, it's momentum on these time frames. It's momentum, you see. But this is a whole nother time slot from 11:09, and we're moving into 11:23. Yes, it is. It's pushing big time. You might. I don't know. You got the 673, right? You're talking about the 673, right? Yeah, chill. You're in theta proof territory. All right, theta means now time isn't going to hurt you as much. Think as theta as gravity. Okay, now as the price fluctuates up and down, do you see that line? That's called at the money. Once your contracts are below that line, theta isn't hitting your contracts like the rest of the contracts above that line, but you are reaping the benefits twice as much as the contracts above that line. You get it? You get twice of the good stuff and you get half of the bad stuff. That's crazy. But yeah, so I would definitely say wait. Definitely say wait. Like, because theta can't hit you right now. I mean, theta can and will hit you. Right now, you would need something extra sharp. I mean, sharp to hit your contracts and hurt your contracts. Huh? You would need something like ridiculous, you know. But you know, sell whenever you want. You know, I just, you know, that was a lot of momentum right there that you were about to sell into. Now you do want to sell into strength, but you got so much meat on the bone. You got so much meat on the bone. Yeah, sell whenever you want, bro. You got so much meat on the bone. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Oh, really? This your first ever contract? Sick. I thought you did futures. Oh, Draco. Damn. So you fucking with me, fucking with me. Oh shit. Well, damn. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, chill out on that price, by the way, because you're about to hit your price point, and we're in so much momentum, bro. Why would you ever sell such a winner? Why would you ever sell? No. You bought that Remember, Dude, first of all, that contract is doing so well, right? Remember, you bought that contract at least 3 times the premium because it was way cheaper than $51. $51 is just one of the high points that it hit. One of the higher lows. Yeah, no, one of the lower highs that it hit. It hit a lot lower than that, by the way. So you bought that contract like 3 times. You paid 3 times as much for that contract. You know, remember when you first asked me how much should you pay for a contract? I said around $40. You know, but even then, that's kind of expensive. You know, and this is why. Yeah, I wasn't gonna try and steer you away from it. It's like so you get a candle like this, you can sell because now this is what can happen. It can happen what happened over here. It can go down some more, and then it can run back up, or it can keep going down. You know, this is how they shake the market. Okay, now the chance that it won't, or there's a chance it can keep running back up. But when you hit this point, you remember same thing over here. I said this trading zone is done with. Remember that? I told you about the trading zones. Trading zones, well, you just got out of this zone right here. So this is decision time. Make your decision. Well, it's going to get filled. Yeah. It's going to get filled. That was way too tight. Way too tight. Yeah, way too tight. But you remember I said before, you can move that stop loss. You have some weight to move it, but you got to make those decisions fast, and then you got to get into the habit because you don't want to think. You just want to do at every point. Yeah. Yeah. So right now we are going. So we have a new high day. Let me put this in. So we have a new high day right here, and like options, they move really fast. 11:29. 11:29. New high of day. 674. 87. And then we have a structure change down. D. A hard structure change. Oh my God. You see that pivot? Remember what I told you? Now, the thing is, would you want to sweat that? Do you want to sweat that? Do you want to put up with that? That's why I always say trade what's in front of you. Don't trade what can happen. You already traded what can happen. Don't trade no other shit. Once you hit your high and everything. But before, there was a lot of momentum. There was a lot of momentum when you wanted to sell. We didn't hit this. We didn't hit nothing like this. And then on top of that, remember, these are minute candles. You have a minute. You have a minute. Because do you see how fast those numbers start going down within that minute? On that contract, look how much that contract is right now. Yeah, I know. Look how much it is now. Yeah, crazy. Crazy, right? Yeah. 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 It's just like that. It have just like, it would have been more than what would have been more than what you put in at this price. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. A huge difference in profits. No, of course not. Of course not. That's why I tell you this. So, I was trying to sway you not to sell before, but when I seen what I seen, I was pushing you to sell. And when you were like that stop loss, I knew that stop loss wouldn't get broke. It was too tight. I was looking at the price. I was like, okay, because I knew that thing was going to get kicked through. Yeah, yeah, I already knew it was going to get kicked through. Yeah, yeah. So now this is the 11:30. Now what did I say? Now this is that 11:30, mark. You know, structure change. This happens every day, bro. Every day. You're going to see 10 o'clock. You're going to see something happen. You're going to see 10:30. Now, the data is going to be dependent. Whenever the data is supposed to drop, Trump at 1, Jay Powell at 12, important market data at 9:15, 10 o'clock. All those are big. Oh my God. And then you mix those up the gap, with the gap rules. Get your gap rules down. Sheesh. And as you can see, that is money in the bank, baby. Excuse me? Oh yeah, there's a book called The Options Playbook. I got that years ago and I've reread it and reread it and reread it. And at first I thought I was good. And then I read the book. And then I was like, holy shit. And then I was like, okay. And then I've reread the book because then I started getting better. And then as I was getting better, I was like, whoa, let me go through this again. So it's very little literature. It's a lot of graphs and everything. It's not a whole lot of reading. Now it's free online. You can go online and type it in, get it for free, download it for free, or you can buy the actual book. I bought the actual book because you can write in it and it's really nice. It's a big hardback book and you can write in it too. So I put notes everywhere on the different plays that I like, the different plays that are like good setups that I want to play and everything and get familiar with. Uh so you're going to read it and it's going to be a good read. It's going to be a really good read. It's going to be informative, but it's going to turn into they call it the options Bible. It's going to turn into something else. It's very yeah, man. And the options playbook. Now the guy he also has he have a podcast and he still works for the CBOE. So he still work with the market makers. He's still working on Wall Street, bro. You got it's called Insider Information, the name of the podcast. Dude, it's awesome. Dude, I have so much fun, dude. Dude. And the guys are they're so funny. It's nerdy, it's very nerdy, but you learn so much. You see, I like to learn though. I love to learn. Like I just don't like to talk. I can shut the fuck up and take notes all day because that's just how I am. I like to learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. And those guys, they're so funny. They bring up like wrestling history and they do like wrestling trivia and oh my God, they talk like nerdy shit all the time, Star Wars and stuff. And, then they get down to the numbers. Now they also do talk futures because, they're just, it's a CBOE. It's not just a linear thing, but they do talk a lot about options. They do talk about theta, delta. You know, they do speak about the gammas. Those are big. But I would definitely recommend the book. The book is sick. Sick. The book is sick. Yeah. Yeah, but it's also free too. You know, go check out the free version. But I would definitely say just buy the book. You know, because you're gonna write your notes. You're gonna. I felt like a fucking wizard, bro, because like I thought I knew what I was doing, and then I knew I had to. You know, you have to get more literature. You have to get more books. You know, you shouldn't just be like, oh, I'm self taught. No, you the fuck do you know? You know nothing. Like the fuck. Go learn from someone who's been doing it for 40, 50 years and that's still in the fucking industry, man. Like you're not the smart guy. So anyway, that's what I do. That's how I think. Okay. Yeah, man. Like you know, you're not. You don't know everything, you know, but those guys do. So I listen to them, and they're brilliant. Of course, they're brilliant. They're brilliant. You know, they help me out so much. They help me out so much in my trading. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. There are some good people. What's up? Yeah. Did you see about the selling puts thing? Did you see the videos I made about selling puts? That will make you a lot of. I made a lot of money. So before I stopped trading, I had a six-figure account. I turned like $5,000 into like over $100,000. I was trading crypto and stocks, and I did most of it, you know, online, and people like watch me and everything. People see me, and you know, I was like trying to, you know, I was trying to become a YouTuber and everything, you know, but you know, people really don't want to. I don't know. It's weird, man. People get weird when they see how much money you have, and yeah, 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 it's real weird. And I'm not of that mindset, you know. I'm all about, you know, let's pull our information, then we can make the best moves and make money, you know. So there's a lot of YouTubers, they gatekeep, but they don't know what they're saying. You know, they try and sell bad stuff. You know, like I joined um I won't say the guy's name, but I joined someone's thing like a couple months ago, and like I've been training for years, man, and his plays are nonsensical. His plays are like they're late, they're way late. You know, like when he does his lives and everything and like trading, like there's no way you're like paying attention to the charts. He says that his bots and his this and that, and he's like, "Oh, I made $30,000 and $50,000." He just be saying some numbers. I'm like, "Yo, bro," I'm like, "Cool, you know," but you know, if you know, you know, you know. So of course, and there's going to be a section of people that want to learn, and a section of people that want to participate. You know, and the people that want to learn, they're going to go there and they're going to see that is not that's not the place. You know. I won't say some other stuff because some other stuff happened too. But yeah, I would say anything with a paywall, you're the product. I will say that. If they're promoting a prop firm, you're the product. You're absolutely the product. You know, use my code, you're the product. I have a giveaway, you're the product. Now, of course, like you're watching the channel, people do want, you know, like I want people to watch my stuff too, you know, and like I don't charge anything, you know, but I have to offer, I have to give you something, you know, and uh I rather that exchange. Awesome, thank you. And tell them that you I helped you make some bank today. Nice. See, who wants to deal with this? Who wants to put up with this? You know, I could have threw out $100, and that $100 would have made me over $700, and I'm done. The risk versus reward. Yeah. No. No. You'll make 10% best, depending on where that stock is moving. Like if you're playing with the momentum with news or something, a catalyst, you can maybe make a little bit more than that. But maybe Tesla moved like a penny stock. Okay, okay. No, I booked 1,000 percenters. I I booked. I put some of them on the page on the YouTube page, but I don't want people to come here for like, oh, there's like money, 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 because I think that's a bad sell. Like education, like it's boring. It can get boring, but is it making money fun? Like that's the fun part. You got to put up with the slog. Like you're at home. You're able to make thousands of dollars, like in your underwear. Like chill the fuck out. It's going to be, you're going to make your money. Just chill out. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. Like it's literally that easy. I mean, like trading isn't easy, but like I'm just saying, like just paying attention and being patient. Patience is like huge, but you don't want to be too patient, or else yeah, yeah. I didn't want to tell you when to put your money in, but I'll help you manage it when you do put your money in. I'm not gonna be like, yo, buy this right now, because nah, I'm buying this right now. Do what you gonna do, and and if you need help manage it, I can help you. But outside of that, then it's like, you see, so even if you held it, now you're gonna put up with this sell shit again. You gonna put this up again? Yeah, no, it wasn't guaranteed, and it was so exuberant. Like, are we really going to go up like a rocket like that on the SPY all day? Like, how long do you expect that to last? Like, you know, that diamond. I remember years ago, man. That diamond hand shit lost a lot of people money. That diamond hand stuff is like, bro, you got at some point you got to sell for profit. What are you talking about? You up 2,000%. What the fuck you talk about diamond hands, bro? You up 2,000%. What you mean? Let it go. You won. You won. And people went from 2,000% to negative 95% because of Wall Street got into people's heads and said diamond hands. No, you're the liquidity. You're the liquidity. They want you to hold so they can sell. So when it comes, you just got dumped on. So when it comes to the zero dates, I say trade what's in front of you, trade the channels. Okay. Like if you got a bankroll, it's cool. Because that's going to help and help. If not, it's cool. Build your shit. Because why would you want to go up 75%, then let this shit go down 40? Now you only got fucking 25, maybe 30%. You know, because that put in a lot of fear. And what if you didn't go up? Because there's going to be times when you like, okay, you know what, we be all right, and it go right down. So you got to look out for stuff like that. They do try and shake the market, but it's all about your risk tolerance. But you got to be a risk manager first. Manage the risk. Because $50 can turn into $300 just like that. But you can buy an overpriced 300 contract for $350. 4 minutes later, that shit is $50. God damn! And you watched it, you seen it, so you know I'm not lying. You seen it, so you know I'm not lying, man. When you when you finally get that stuff in your head and you see it, the the epiphanies you're gonna have is just crazy. That you learn more, then like you want to get better because you can see the moves. But right now with the government shutdown, honestly, the government shutdown is fucking my shit up because I'm a technical trader. So it's not like my bad habits might come from like maybe my trading size, but my bad habits is not coming through trading. I might have too much gamble in me, but not with my technicals and everything. No. The guy who taught me, my mentor, I'll call him my mentor, my best friend, and he's way younger than me. He's like 7, 8 years younger than me. He taught me how to trade. My mentor, no, he's like, I think Wade's like 4 or 5 years younger. He went to school for it in Texas, and he taught me Forex. And then later on, he joined a program called ICT, and he was doing ICT for about like 15 years. And through that whole time, he was teaching me the whole time. We would just get on Discord for hours and hours, and then just go over liquidity. And that's the name of the game, liquidity. And babypips.com. You can go to it right now. It's free. I'll show you. Yeah, it's really cool. You can go here and like take tests, and it's really cool. It definitely changed from when I was on it. It's way different. But this is a great website to learn. Now they added crypto to learn how to trade. Um, and most of it is free, and they have like a K through 12 program to learn how to trade. And then they have some college levels too. And it's all free. And yeah, man. But yeah, candlesticks is big. Just the form. Ooh. Ooh. Line charts. Jeez. Yeah. I'm a bot. Jeez. Yeah, that's brutal. Um, I think I clicked on it like one time, and like my brain just like farted. I was like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. This is too much. For that amount of time. Oh wow. Yeah. So I took a test last week on stream, and I got a B, but they marked me wrong on one that wasn't wrong. But they did mark me wrong on one that was like arguably. I think it was like three of them. Out of the 3 questions I got wrong, it was out of 10. Out of the 3 I got wrong, one of them they were wrong on, and the other one was questionable. It was about like confirmation, and then like the next day I'm trading, and then like it was like 1, 2, 3 confirmation, and it confirmed, and I just started laughing. And I brought up the test again. It was just funny. I'm a nerd, dude. I'm a nerd, bro. I'm the biggest freaking nerd. Like, but I enjoy it. Yeah. I guess I can take a test. Let's take a test. Training, learning forex. Believe it or not, I would rather take a forex test. No, never mind. I was gonna say forex over options, but no, I was going to take my Series 7 test, and I got all the programs and everything. I got the SAT prep, and I started prepping for it. Then I kind of lost my tribe. All right, bet. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're in Hawaii, man. It's so early as hell for you. That's crazy. I get with you. Yep. All right, peace. Yep, thanks. Yeah, if not, I'll just jump in the chat. Because I do want to play some Gambit today on Rivals. I knew today was going to be fireworks, so I got up kind of early. I got up at like 6, like 5:30, 6, so I can play Gambit a little bit. I told you I'm a nerd, bro. Like I still want to make money though. Huh? Yeah, man, it's good, bro. It's good. But I do want to make money too. I want to be a nerd and make money. Like what the fuck? But I'll get up with you though. Get some sleep. I'll just make a chat and then just jump in. All right, take it easy. Good job too, by the way. Good job on that contract. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Anytime. That's my man KT. He's in Hawaii. He said this was his first contract ever. His first contract ever. And he hit a banger. My man hit a banger, bro. That was dope. On stream with me and everything. That was dope. That was hot. That was hot. Just wait until you see the fucking when all this ugly shit get out of here, man. You're gonna see some cool stuff. Some cooler stuff. This was cool. That was kind of cool. We to get in like that and fucking bank like that. That was kind of cool. All right, now we got to figure out what's going on. I mean, I had contracts that were a little cheaper than that, so I held them. I'm holding them through all of this junk until our next move. Our next move is going to happen soon. I would say within like the next half an hour, maybe half an hour. So we're gonna get a little bit more consolidation, and then they're gonna make the next move. It could be the next move up, or they can go bring it right back down. We had 2 days of selling. We had Monday was euphoric, nothing but calls. Tuesday, nothing but calls. Wednesday, we started to churn. Thursday, we fell off the cliff. Now, that cliff was definitely Monday, Tuesday, giving up Monday, Tuesday. And now, here we are. Here we are. We are here. You are there. I am here. But we are there. Man, this could just be breath for the upside right here. They have news. Let me see if I can add news. These quotes. Oh. No quotes. the news? I don't have news. General community. I want to quit my job. If I did, I start losing all that. Don't trade on it. Where's that last area over here? Right, where's the last line? Oh, I got rid of it. Shoot, I should have kept it. You know, we just eclipsed it so much. Where could it have been? Could have been here. Yeah, I think it was here. That looks about right. That looks about right. We need some points here. And then we still ran it out right there. I think that was it. Didn't I write something too? I did, but I deleted it. I'm just gonna have that level as like a point. This alarm blows the fuck out of me so bad sometimes because it is so annoying. It'll just blare in your face. But I know what each alarm is for. And I'd rather have the alarms because it keeps you sturdy. Yeah, I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm just going to have to stay annoyed. And you're going to have to keep hearing me every day complain. So, moving on. Trust me, just get alarms. They help like a lot. Tesla 408. Starbucks. Oh yeah, Starbucks is in trouble. They are protesting. They're protesting right here in Philly too. Calls for boycott of Starbucks and then strike. Yo. Of course, they don't want to pay the right wages. They don't want to pay people. Starbucks in trouble, boy. Oh, that's why it's trending. Okay. Spy trending. Nvidia. They're getting ready for Nvidia earnings. That's going to be kind of so far. Next week, feel that hope. Expectations for this earnings, 200 iron call. We're breaking up, so it looks like we're just going to keep running up today. Ignore the triple top. It means another pump now. You see, triple top does not signal pump. It's not supposed to. That's what this was. It's not supposed to signal pump. What is this? This was Trump. I thought we were dropping. I was getting ready for a drop right there. Triple top pump. That's the name of the game. A triple top pump. That's the name of the game. Triple top pump. All right. All right. So our contracts are pretty much set. I think they're good. It's looking like an up grind. I bet. Whoa, legging up. Legging up. Where's my browser? What happened? I can't see anything. Am I still live? Oh, this was Discord. How come Discord always messing up? They got Apple, boy. Why does that even come up like that, son? Did all my browsers go down? And my notes? What the heck? What the heck? I don't like this. Did I hit something? I could have hit something. bro. Give me the window. Okay, I'll take it. $12.12 new high day. No. Yeah. 675, 64. All right. Yeah, that contract would have been really nice. But look, man, you don't cry over profits. You know, but still, nonetheless, you know. Whoa. It's at 267 right now. It was just at 295. I think top tick 300. Sick. Sick. Look at this. 668, 72, 74, 75. In half an hour, it did roughly $1. You know, but that's it. That's the day right there. If you didn't get in soon enough, it was a wrap.
Today where your electric bill is second in terms of your household cost only to maybe the rent or your mortgage. So this is something that, as homeowners and as business owners, we've got to look to strategies. How can we reduce the cost of that energy? And obviously, first of all, can we reduce consumption, right? I mean, that be more efficient and do some things strategically to try and reduce or generate our own power on site, right? Whether that's through solar or geothermal, store some of that power perhaps in batteries. I think these are the strategies, though, that homeowners and business owners are going to be pushed to look at even greater. Our story at Generac has always been about backup power. It's been about keeping the lights on. But you're right, there's this new story evolving around the fact that power costs are climbing. And so we're very focused on creating solutions for our customers, primarily on the residential side today, creating opportunities for them to save on their energy bills. And that is an area of, I think, immense growth potentially for the company in the future as well.
Yeah, definitely. As also a homeowner, yeah, is what I'll say to that here. And then finally, in a sort of irony, I know that we've been talking a lot about the data center business. Good weather is bad for you guys, or at least it was last quarter, right? So you guys saw a decline in your revenue last quarter. You recently reported, and it's basically because the power didn't go out that much during the quarter, so that you didn't see a drive in demand to buy your products. So there's not a heck of a lot you can do about that, and it's actually a good thing for most homeowners that their power didn't go out. But is some of this data center migration, is it aimed at sort of smoothing out your revenue? How are you thinking about those different sides of your business?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, the residential side of our business, of course, was softer in the quarter, as we called out in our release last week, and that's driven by the fact, like you said, it was pretty, it was really nice. It was a nice summer, nice fall. We didn't get a lot of the normal kind of seasonal weather.
All right, we're gonna probably
hurricane perspective.
So I used to stream until like 2. I mean 12. Remember, I used to get off early. I used to get off early because money was made by 12. I mean 10. 10:30 because I always traded that morning. That morning trade. Mm.
You like Miami?
No, I don't like Miami.
Same. I don't know what the is going on there.
It's not my favorite place. But, you know, there was a quote. There was an article about
I like Hassan.
Wall Street types trying to move to Florida. One of them said that the problem with moving to Florida is that you have to live in Florida.
Nobel Prize winning economist Paul Krugman wrote for the New York Times for 25 years. But those stuffed shirts at the Times just couldn't handle the heat from those Krugman takes. The fire he was spitting. So he left last year for Substack, where he can let his freak flag fly. So I asked Professor Krugman to come on the show to help me make sense of the economic chaos President Trump is unleashing on the country and the world. I also asked him his thoughts on crypto.
I think crypto is basically a scam.
Whether the Nobel Prize for Economics is basically just a Kids' Choice Award for intellectuals. You get a surfboard. And if he's getting in touch with his inner Chapo trap house on Substack. Paul, you team Luigi or what?
Hurry right away, no delay, stop today. Make your daddy glad you have had such a lad.
Until recently, I didn't realize food waste is one of the biggest contributors to climate change. When food ends up in landfills, it makes methane, which heats up the planet 80 times faster than carbon dioxide. Most of the food in landfills comes from our homes, so this is an actual issue that we in our households can have a real impact on. Today's sponsor, Mill, makes reducing food waste odorless and effortless. Mill is...
I don't think I can do that. I just want to get to the drum, bro.
Literally.
Yeah.
So this is planet Earth.
Okay.
We live here. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
And the economy happens here. What is the economy?
Alfred Marshall, great Victorian economist, said that it's the ordinary business of life. It's, if you like, it's the least interesting part of what human beings do. It's getting and spending, producing stuff, selling it, buying stuff. It's the kind of, you know, relatively materialistic side of life, but it's just, or, you know, there's no hard and fast line between economics and other stuff. But generally speaking, if it involves producing or buying or selling, then it's economics as the economy.
Every time I listen to a president, over the course of history, they always talk about economic growth.
The fastest pace of economic growth in this country in nearly 4 decades.
We've seen the fastest economic growth in over a decade.
The fastest economic growth in more than 30 years.
4% economic growth.
Americans can be confident about our economic growth.
But apparently the economy is supposed to just grow forever?
Yeah.
But this stays the same size.
Yeah, that is less of a paradox than you think. Because the economy is, you know, we define economic growth by the value of stuff, which is not the same as the volume of stuff. Britain emits less carbon dioxide per capita than it did in the 50s, the 1850s. A modern economy can run with very low emissions. We have the technology to do that, and it produces all this valuable stuff. So there's no one-to-one link between economic growth and consumption of resources or damage to the environment. In some ways, economic growth makes it easier to have a clean economy because we can afford to do things to clean it up. So that's sort of, you know, finite planet, how can we have infinite economic growth, is missing the point that really economic growth can be qualitative instead of quantitative. You know, we say economic growth, but what we really mean is a rising standard of living, better quality of life. And there's no reason we can't keep on improving the quality of life without, you know, on a finite planet. Now, the problem is that takes policies. You need to do it right, but it can be done.
Sometimes when I watch the news, I'll hear newscasters also say, economists say.
Economists say.
Economists say. Many economists say.
Economists say.
No, economists say.
Economists say.
Economists say.
Economists say.
So many economists say.
Economists all say.
Every economist in the country says.
When people hear economists say,
that is so
should they
funny.
see it as fact or as opinion?
Well,
Economists
that's a
say.
favorite beef of mine. And in general, it really, really depends. Unfortunately, you need some guidance as to who to believe and who to trust.
Guidance is important.
If it's a economist who works for a highly politicized think tank, no. If it's an economist who works for Wall Street, well, there are some I trust and some who are basically selling stock. So it's there are certainly there are a lot of really good economists in America, in the world. And the trouble, I guess, for everybody else is to know who they are.
Have you always felt a hesitance to make predictions as an economist? Because as you know, one of the famous Krugman memes was your meme about the internet in 1998.
Although what people don't know is that was partially a joke. If you read the actual article, I was assigned to write as if I was looking back from 100 years in the future.
So you were trolling.
I was trolling a little bit. I was trying to get people's attention.
No, because Paul, I've had egg certainly splattered on my face. I don't know if you've seen this meme with me. It says Sega Saturn is the greatest video game system ever. Nothing will ever beat it. Trust me, bro, with the zero.
I was skeptical a bit about the potential of the internet. I was wrong on some of it, although if you actually
we watched stock related
rise in living standards since the
things here
became universal, it actually is kind of disappointing. The sort of truth they'll never tell you.
Because I watched a documentary the other day.
Actually looking for
I want to play a movie,
all of this
YouTube-friendly movie.
It's a little elusive.
But I'm special though. I have premium.
Meaning the actual payout for technology and the internet.
If you actually look, at how much can an average worker afford to buy, that hasn't gone up all that much with all of this technology. Now there are some things that were not available before. I spend a lot of my evenings watching live musical performances on
NPR Tiny Desk.
Of course, NPR Tiny Desk, and then I follow up the bands I like. Every weekday Substack post ends with a musical.
You said, of course, Tiny Desk.
So there are some things that the internet has made possible, but a lot of people were expecting a real boom in manufacturing productivity or a real reduction in the cost of living relative to wages out of the internet, and so far that hasn't happened.
Let's take a look in a snapshot of where we're at right now. The President, Donald Trump, promised that he was going to make America more affordable again. Right. How's that going?
Yeah, that's going badly. I mean, the inflation has picked up some. It will pick up more because of all these tariffs are raising the cost of imported goods. Some of the other stuff, we're starting to see food prices tick up, and it's going to get worse because of the deportations, because who do you think picks crops in America? He had no plan to do that. It was all going to magically make prices go down, and in fact, most of the things he's doing are going to make them go up.
Can I ask a question? Do prices ever go down? So, not to brag, I am a road comedian. I do both A, B, and C markets. No matter where I go in this great country, I'll hear three things. The rent is too damn high. Have you seen the price of gas? And back in my day, a piece of candy used to be a nickel. Isn't inflation always going to be a part of the equation? Meaning, candy's never going to be a nickel, you boomer.
No, it was actually. There were penny stores. Penny store right up the street from me.
Go down.
Ever, right?
Well, you have to go back to the 19th century. We actually had deflation. Well, we had deflation in the 1930s, which was not fun. And we had deflation in the late 19th century, which was not fun.
Right.
In general, it's kind of a consensus among economists that a little bit of inflation is actually
2%, right?
Yeah, 2% is the
2%.
Official target, and we kind of are, and there's a little bit of magic went into coming up with that number. But an economy runs a little bit better with 2% inflation than it would with zero inflation, and falling prices is a really bad thing. I mean, it was a plague. Japan had falling prices for a couple of decades,
and that's known as deflation, correct?
Yeah. So overall prices, basically overall prices rise because in the end, the Federal Reserve chooses to do its best to make sure that they rise a little bit.
So when a politician repeatedly says, I'm going to bring prices down,
Yeah.
is it just safe to say, don't believe it?
Yeah.
It's virtually impossible.
Yeah, the only way
Minus gas for some reason. Gas I've seen can skyrocket and then go back down and then skyrocket again. But pretty much everything else, look, a Snickers is going to be really expensive as time goes on. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, I mean, the price of soybeans or the price of wheat fluctuate, and to some extent that ends up price of eggs has been a real roller coaster up and down. So they were up and then they were down and they're going up again, and that's because that's the kind of market where they're really it's just not like the market for streaming services or something, and it's that's basically bird flu comes and goes, and that's what's driving the price of eggs. So, but the overall cost of living, your best guess is that that's going to rise 2% a year for the foreseeable future, because the Federal Reserve wants it to rise 2% a year for the foreseeable future. The only way that can change is if we get somebody like Donald Trump, who gets his hands on monetary policy and decides that he wants to, roll the printing presses. And any politician who promises to bring prices way down is either ignorant or lying, or both.
I'm so glad that you mentioned the Fed.
Ignorantly lying. No,
question.
That's innocent.
What is the Fed, and why is it important that the Fed is independent from the president?
Okay, so basically the Fed controls the amount of money in circulation. And the reason, and that can have a tremendously powerful influence. Right. It depends on the circumstances, but there have been times when the economy was terrible shape, 10% unemployment, and the Fed said, okay, it's time to roll the printing presses, and the economy went zooming up.
Right.
Or when the Fed decides that we should suffer, which it sometimes does because they want to bring inflation down, we suffer. So the Fed is enormously powerful. The reason that we want to keep it quasi-independent, it's too easy to use. The problem with monetary policy is it's almost frictionless. Other stuff, if you want to spend money or raise taxes or whatever, you have to pass legislation through Congress. It has to be debated. There's time to think about it.
Yeah.
The way that the Fed loosens monetary policy, the way the Fed reduces interest rates is a group of people get together, have a meeting in Washington for 2 days.
How many people is it? So it's Jerome Powell and how many people?
Oh, gosh, I should know the size of the open market committee, and I don't.
Okay.
They call up the open market desk in New York.
Yeah.
And the open market desks, actually at this point, I think they just tap a few, make a few clicks on their computers to buy or sell treasury bills from banks.
That's
so
crazy.
It's absolutely, it's the easiest thing in the world. There's no friction. There's no slowdown.
This really does sound like some secret society stuff, though.
Yeah, well,
because it's a small clandestine meeting, and it can shape monetary policy and economics for the country, if not the world, right?
Yeah, but it turned out that having a bunch of technocrats with a really strong professional ethos managing this thing was a way to preserve a fair bit of stability while also preserving a fair bit of flexibility. Nothing is perfect, but that's a solution that has served us pretty well for generations now. And we know what happens.
It looks like Mark is turning.
You get Turkey, where you have a president who has people telling him what he wants to hear, and
Argentina as well.
Argentina, but the Turkish one is the most recent example. And by the time he finally said, yeah, maybe these economists telling me I'm doing the wrong thing might know something. They had 80% inflation.
Donald Trump is obsessed with the Fed and with interest rates.
Yeah.
If it was up to him, he would basically have a thermostat on his desk in the Oval Office where he could just control interest rates. Why is it important that these two bodies be separate?
Well, if you like, our system is designed to protect us against people like Donald Trump. Deciding what the interest rate should be is something that at least requires you to spend read some history, paid some attention to how the whole thing works. You don't want somebody who just believes what he wants to believe and is surrounded by people who tell him what he wants to hear, to be free to set this very powerful policy tool wherever he feels like.
If Trump policies are so bad I keep reading how awful his economic policies are, and clearly, kind of in the vibes of our conversation right now, you're not a fan of his economic policies. Why hasn't the stock market crashed?
The stock market, first of all, does what it's going to do. Paul Samuelson, one of my old mentors, famously said that the stock market had predicted 9 of the last 5 recessions. Right, the stock market
9 of the 5
is
recessions.
psychological. It's and one thing that Trump is doing is he's definitely cutting taxes on rich people, which is good for the stock market. And a lot of people believe that in the end he won't follow through on some of the worst stuff. And you can definitely look and say that markets don't believe that he's going to manage to take control of the Federal Reserve. I think the markets are probably wrong on that, but that's what the markets believe right now.
What does that mean, the markets believe?
Well, we can look at interest rates. If you really thought that we were going to turn into Turkey or Argentina, then 10-year interest rates should be going through the roof. Yeah. And they're not. The main thing I think to say about the economy, you always need to remember that we've got something like 160 million workers. GDP is $30 trillion. It takes a lot. It takes really major stupidity to really wreck an economy that size.
Well, if
we're working on it.
If Donald Trump could control interest rates, what would that do to the stock market?
I think that the markets would panic pretty soon. I mean, if he really gets to, I think the markets are insufficiently worried. But okay, more than you want to know. But right now,
no, please tell me more.
It's
yeah, tell me more. No, please.
He's going to probably appoint somebody really not too bright as Federal Reserve Chairman to replace Jay Powell. But the chairman is not a dictator. There is this committee that votes, and whoever he appoints is very likely to be outvoted whenever he tries to do irresponsible stuff. So people are kind of betting that despite all of the craziness, that they won't actually.
So is the Fed kind of like the Supreme Court, but he actually has less say on the Fed than he does on the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I always used to say that the Fed is kind of like the Supreme Court. That it's in fact it is designed to be, ultimately accountable to the voters, but very ultimately, and with a lot of insulation. And yeah, at this point, the Fed is acting a lot more like what it's supposed to be than the Supreme Court is.
Right, because obviously presidents can famously get Supreme Court justices appointed, but the president can't do that with the Fed, correct?
No, ultimately he does. I mean, it's a little complicated, the whole thing. But if you had a president who stayed in office for 20 years, he would eventually have a Federal Reserve Board that was and an open market committee, which is not quite the same thing. But eventually the whole Fed system would be at his beck and call. But it takes a long time.
I feel like there's two conversations happening in regards to the economy. And I think it's between the asset class, basically people who have enough money to own stocks, whether that's FANG or the S&P 500 or just basic index funds, and then the non-asset class, people that are literally putting together money for rent, a car note, and groceries. Is there a disconnect between the two people talking?
Look, the economy is not the same for everybody. In fact, one of the hallmarks of America since the 70s has been rising inequality, where the top, what we call the 1%, but when people say the 1%, what their mental picture is really like more the 0.01%, is the very wealthy are just have had incredible gains. And then there's the sort of typical worker who probably has, over the last 40 years, seen his or her wages grow faster than inflation, but not by that much. During the Biden years, when everybody was so angry, there was actually really big wage gains for workers near the bottom. Actually, the bottom half of U.S. workers were doing really well. Now, that's gone into reverse lately. But, there are periods when it's not always the case that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Sometimes it goes the other way.
So you're saying there are times where the poor do get richer?
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course, there's this miraculous thing that happened in the 1940s when we somehow came out of World War II. I grew up in a middle-class society. I grew up in the 50s and 60s, and in a world where plumbers made as much or more than middle managers, and where there were very few extremely rich people. That society didn't evolve gradually. That society was created rather abruptly by FDR, mostly during World War II, and it stuck for about 30 years. So, that was a tremendous equalization, the Great Compression, we call it. It can happen, you know. I would love to see another Great Compression happen, but not under the current administration anyway.
Hear me out. Thanksgiving is the most elite American holiday. It's all about gathering together, acknowledging the blessings in our lives, and enjoying delicious food. The way I know Thanksgiving is actually the best is because the average person I know has at least 3 of them. And no, I'm not talking about you, children of divorce. I am talking about Friendsgivings. Yes, the early Thanksgiving potlucks you do with your friends. Then you'll do one with your coworkers, and then I'm basically eating a Thanksgiving feast every week of November. No other holiday has that. You're not celebrating multiple Valentine's Days. Well, I mean, if you are, that is more of a discussion for Maury Povich. Now, for my 17 Thanksgiving dinners, I will be shopping at Whole Foods. They have unbeatable deals for the quality that they provide, like antibiotic-free turkey starting at $1.49 a pound. I love their grab-and-go options, like the creamy mashed manufacturing back to the United States of America. How's that going?
Manufacturing employment is declining so far on his watch. And look, it fundamentally can't be done. The main reason we don't have a lot of manufacturing jobs anymore is that we're just very efficient at producing manufactured goods, and it doesn't take a lot of people in manufacturing. So we're an economy where jobs are in other things. That's okay. You know, what happened to farming? There are hardly any farmers left in America, really. There's a whole lot fewer cashiers than there used to be. That's okay because people can find other stuff. It's only making sure, not that you have particular jobs, but that there are enough jobs in total and that they pay decent wages.
Hypothetically, would it be bad if the U.S. dollar was no longer the world's reserve currency?
For the U.S., it would matter hardly at all. People think that it's a tremendous privilege, and it's not really worth all that much to the U.S. I mean, a lot of those Benjamins, a lot of those $100 bills are being held by drug lords and whatever around the world, and that's like a zero interest
Paul,
loan
I told
to America.
you I like tipping people out with it. I am not a drug lord.
Okay, but it's not really all that important. Britain, the British pound used to be a global currency, and that sort of went away in the late 1960s and early 1970s. And you look for evidence that hurt Britain, and you don't find it. But what is really important is it is really important for the world to have something that everybody accepts. Another one of my old teachers, Charlie Kindleberger, had this great essay comparing the use of the dollar in world commerce to the use of English as an international language. It's it's kind of nice if you're those of us who are monolingual in English. It's kind of nice that everybody in the world sort of speaks English, but the main thing is it's important that there be an international language. And the dollar plays a really important role because it is the universally accepted, standard. You can put up U.S. Treasury bills as collateral for anything, and that reduces friction, makes the world business work. I mean,
so it's not in the best interest for the United States as a country if Bitcoin were to become the world reserve currency.
Well, that ain't going to happen because Bitcoin is the whole point about the dollar is it's really easy to use, and Bitcoin is not easy to use. But whatever it is,
Paul, I don't want to get memed. The Bitcoin boys have already come after me. I don't want to get memed, please.
I've made some money off crypto because I get invited to crypto conferences
How much are we talking?
as a designated enemy and get paid a fee.
Oh shit! In Bitcoin, in BTC?
No, in dollars. I am not going to take BTC.
You got to take BTC on the speaking gig.
No, people who are serious about this stuff, which kind of includes me because one of the things I worked at for decades. The real risk is not that something replaces the dollar, but that nothing does.
What is your take on crypto, and where do you see it going?
I think crypto is basically a scam.
Oh, you agree with Taleb, open Ponzi. But Taleb's now adjusted his take on that.
No, we can document. I mean, there is essentially no legitimate use for crypto, and nobody's using it for anything legitimate. Fewer than 2% of Americans have ever made a payment in crypto. It's purely a speculative asset or a vehicle for crime. It's used for money laundering and extortion and blackmail.
Blackmail?
Well, if you want to blackmail somebody, you want to be able to, have a difficult to trace payment. You demand that you be paid in Bitcoin.
But for real, you mean like organized crime?
Oh,
so you're
sure.
saying like ISIS and
actually North Korea has done a lot of has made extensive use of Bitcoin to extract to steal money.
So you're saying Al Qaeda and Venezuelan gangs are just in their crypto wallets exchanging BTC?
Well, actually, they're mostly using Tether. They're mostly using stable coins these days. But yeah, but no, I know a consulting firm that had their computers ransomware, and they paid, and the payment wasn't BTC. So it's the most amazing thing. You can not find any. I've been in many meetings where we actually, me and my friends, my economist friends, as sympathetically as possible, explain to us what legitimate function does this stuff serve, and have never gotten an answer.
Well, if it's so bad, why will the comments of this video be filled with people screaming at us, calling us idiots?
Oh, because it's a cult. And the fact of the matter is the price has gone up, so people who bought in early feel very smart. And but there's my line about crypto is that it's technobabble plus libertarian derp, and that's pretty much it still. But people are very passionate about it.
Every time a left-leaning politician suggests that raising taxes would be beneficial to the general public, a lot of business owners and people that live in Greenwich start screaming and say, they are leaving. Yeah. I'm out.
I suppose at sufficiently high tax rates, people would move. But, see, part of what I like to say, when people say they're going to leave, and mostly they don't.
Is this like my friends in 2016 when Trump won and they said they're going to Canada?
Some of that.
And I'm like, Brandon, you're not going to Canada.
Yeah, and even just moving from, I mean, there are a few very rich people have left London for Milan because the Brits changed their tax privileges. That sort of thing does happen. A few Wall Street guys have moved to Miami, although there were a lot of predictions that the whole thing was going to move down there.
Miami?
What?
You like Miami?
No, I don't like Miami.
Same. I don't know what the fuck is going on there.
Well, my favorite quote.
I have a show in a couple weeks, but I still don't know what the fuck is going on.
There was a guy. Yeah, it's the whole. It's not my favorite place, but there was a quote. There was an article about Wall Street types trying to move to Florida. One of them said that the problem with moving to Florida is that you have to live in Florida. When people say, you got to keep taxes low for incentives, I like to talk about, so I live in New York City.
Yeah.
Which means that, and I've done well. So I'm in the top federal tax bracket. Plus there's this New York State tax. Plus there's the city tax. And put it all together, and I've got a marginal tax rate. An extra $1 I make, probably about 55 cents of it goes to government. Mm-hmm. So, and that's true of anybody who's sort of upper middle class. Anyone in the 3 or 4 top percent in New York City, who has earned income. I'm not talking about private equity or hedge fund guys, but like the movie Wall Street, $400,000 a year, working Wall Street stiff. And you've all noticed how slow-moving and lazy people are in New York because, why bother to work hard given the tax? Well, obviously not, right? It's obvious that tax rates at the level, sort of 55% tax rate on upper income, earned income New Yorkers is not enough to really make people stop working. So high taxes, and I remember AOC getting a lot of grief because she said that the top tax rate should be 70%. And, ignorant woman, she actually was talking to my friend Joe Stiglitz, who's one of the world's greatest economists, who has this very carefully sourced, researched paper on what is the optimal tax rate on top incomes. And the paper actually says 73%. So this is actually good economics, says that, you don't want to soak the rich so much that it's really not worth at all striving. But But when somebody says that terrible things will happen if you raise taxes on the rich, you might want to consider the source.
If you're anything like me, the stress of the holiday season can start to take a toll on your skin. We're talking about travel, colder weather, nosy in-laws. It will drain you. That is why I rely on OneSkin. OneSkin's patented OS1 peptide is the first ingredient proven to target the root cause of aging. Senescent cells are what cause wrinkles, crepiness, and loss of elasticity in your skin. OneSkin is also certified safe for sensitive skin. I love that the products are free from over 1,500 harsh ingredients. I get actual results without any side effects. And today you can get 15% off OneSkin with the code Hassan at oneSkin.co/HASAN. OneSkin also just launched their limited edition holiday sets, which includes the Nightly Rewind gift set. I love giving a gift that is not just nice, but useful. It has the OneSkin Face Moisturizer, their new peptide lip mask, and a cooling gua sha tool. I'll be honest, the gua sha hits different. I was unfamiliar with your game, gua sha. For a limited time, try OneSkin for 15% off using code Hassan at oneskin.co/HASAN. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Remember that doctor's appointment you keep forgetting to book? The one you keep getting completely sidetracked on? You know, the cleaning you're overdue for at the dentist. The annual checkup that's looking more like a centennial one. The dermatologist appointment to check that mole. You know which one I'm referring to. Let's book it today, right now. ZocDoc makes it easy to find the right doctor, right. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality, in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. With ZocDoc, you can book in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty. We're talking about dental health, mental health, urgent care, you name it. I notoriously don't have time for medical problems until they're impossible to ignore, like a bad flu or a burst appendix. I love that on ZocDoc, I usually see a doctor within a day or two of booking, sometimes even the same day. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/Hassan. But now, thanks to Kachava, I don't have to worry about eating well at all. Kachava is an amazing whole body shake with 25 grams of plant-based protein. Each serving gives me sustainable energy from key vitamins and minerals, digestion support, probiotics, and fiber. Kachava even has immunity support, including zinc and vitamin C. That's key for these colder months. And all you gotta do is just shake it up with water. I recently discovered Kachava Kitchen on the Kachava website. There's tons of recipes using their shakes, from smoothies to baked goods. The flavors are the best part. My favorite is strawberry. Kind of reminds me of strawberry milk from the school cafeteria. And Outcasts, hey ya, great song. With every 2 scoops of Kachava, you get 85 plus superfoods, nutrients, and plant-based ingredients. There is no artificial flavors, colors, or sweeteners, and it is completely vegan, gluten-free, soy-free, and preservative-free. Your future self will thank you. Go to Kachava.com and use code Hassan for 15% off your next order. That's Kachava, Kachava.com, code HASAN for 15%. Free trade, and quote, free trade agreements. What the fuck is free trade?
Oh, no, I don't think free trade is a particularly abstruse concept. It means that you don't pay a tax when you cross the border, when you bring stuff across the border. I mean, there's free trade. Look, I just spent some time in the Netherlands. Lovely place, by the way. And Rotterdam is one of the world's great ports. And a lot of stuff is unloaded at Rotterdam and then taken by train or truck on into Germany. There's no tax levied when a train or when a truck crosses. In fact, there's nothing. When you cross the Dutch-German border, it's just open. And that's free trade. So it's free trade between the Netherlands and Germany. There's mostly, or there was, mostly free trade between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. There are no tariffs on most stuff that crossed our borders.
So you see it as generally positive?
Yes. I mean, with exceptions. There are, and there have always been. There are the people who put together the system were not stupid. I think they may have been a little too optimistic, but there's both in U.S. law and in the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which we're massively in violation of. But anyway, Article 22 basically says that forget everything else we said. If there's a national security concern, you can do what you need to do. We should have been protecting rare earths production. We shouldn't have allowed China to be producing all the rare earths for the world.
I mean, there has been some pretty dark examples. I remember in the late 90s, South Africa was trying to import cheap generic AIDS drugs, but a major pharmaceutical company backed by the American government fought to protect their patents through the World Trade Organization.
Yeah.
In a free trade agreement called the, quote, trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. And as a result, millions of people died.
Yeah. Now, there have been that, but that wasn't really about free trade. That was about,
But wasn't it?
No, that's what's happened is a lot of free trade stuff got perverted. I used to teach about this.
But you supported free trade, right?
I support actual free trade, but not.
But then this
is protecting monopoly patent rights, which is not about free trade. And we have something, CAFTA, Central American Free Trade Agreement, and you take a look at it. It turns out it has nothing to do with free trade. It's mostly about, in fact, pharmaceutical companies protecting their patents. So no, that's not what I've ever been for.
So you're making a distinction between free trade and these actual free trade agreements /
There's a lot of things that are called free trade agreements that are really not about free trade.
Yeah, because it feels kind of fucked up.
Well, but some of them are.
And I don't know. Is there another way to say that? I don't know. It feels kind of fucked up.
No,
that's
fair
I wrote
enough.
that. I don't know how to even articulate it. It just feels.
No, it is. A lot of it is fucked up, but mostly what it is it's wolves in sheep's clothing. You have something that is really about protecting the interests of some interest group that's being sold under the banner of free trade. You know, if you ask, do I think that Bangladesh ought to be able to sell garments in the United States without facing high tariffs? Yes, I do, because Bangladesh is a desperately poor country, and this is what they live on. Do I think that U.S. pharmaceutical companies or whatever, and they're not really any countries, but do I think that multinational pharmaceutical companies should be able to charge nosebleed prices for drugs in the third world? No, and that's not at all the same thing.
I have a question. Does capitalism and authoritarianism go together? Because in the 90s, there was this narrative that China was going to open itself up to American markets and American businesses. And once there was economic freedom, political freedom would be right around the corner. Free trade, China, bam.
Yeah.
Democracy.
I never bought that, and I think I'm on record as having never bought that. And there was a lot of nonsense about all this. Now, the real stuff is way back, going all the way back to FDR. The U.S. has had the belief that international trade can be good for peace, that by binding countries together through lots of trading links, you make it harder for them to go to war with each other, and that it can be a force for peace. The European Union was originally about harnessing economic interests to basically make it very hard for France and Germany ever to have another war. And that has kind of worked.
You really believe that? You think KFC is the path to peace?
Well, not so much KFC, but the coal and steel community, making sure that German steel mills or French steel mills relied on German coal and vice versa, actually did help prevent wars in Europe. None of this is guaranteed. We've just seen that. And I think a lot of people underestimated the extent to which all the old evils are still possible. I mean, who imagined Ukraine, the Ukraine war, as a real possibility in the 21st century? So all the old stuff can still happen, but that doesn't mean that it's completely wrong either. I do think that Europe is a success story. Economic integration of Europe hasn't worked for everybody, hasn't worked, but Europe used to be always on the verge of another war, and now it's really hard to think of that in Europe. So humility. I think I said that before in this conversation. Have some humility. The idea that trade can be something that helps with peace is valid. The idea that free trade brings democracy is sort of like mechanically and automatically, no, of course not.
Right. So are you kind of saying that, hey, authoritarianism and capitalism can run both programs in parallel?
Oh, no. Actually, what's really kind of what people don't get, I mean, capitalism doesn't guarantee, and free markets don't guarantee democracy. Authoritarianism and free markets don't mix, but it's the other way around. It's not that free markets destroy authoritarianism, it's that authoritarianism ends up destroying free markets. Any system where there's really no kind of rule of law, any democratic process, always ends up being crony capitalism.
But isn't China incredibly successful over the past half century to century?
Yeah, and China, but it is worth saying that China is they're still like a third of our productivity. So it's doubtful whether they can get so far along. But it's also true that it partially depends on the sophistication and what you see, and you can see that happening in America right now. Corporate types who backed Trump because they think he's going to cut their taxes and it's good. They're going to find out that they don't own him; he owns them. And so they're already starting to find that out, and you eventually end up oligarchs who back an autocrat, and then to say, "Hey, I'm an oligarch. I am going to throw my own weight around," to end up falling out of windows.
Wait, you don't think that these oligarchs aren't going to stand up for democracy? I mean, listen, Kamala Harris just went on MSNBC, and she had some pretty powerful words for Rachel Maddow.
But I've worked closely with the private sector over many years. And I always believed that if push came to shove, those titans of industry would be guardrails for our democracy, for the importance of sustaining democratic institutions. And one by one by one, they have been silent. They have been, yes, I use the word feckless.
Wow. She dropped the F word.
Yeah.
Did you think those titans of industry were going to stand up and be the guardrails?
I guess I've read more history than she has. No, I didn't think.
Shots fired, Krugman.
No, well, sorry, but we know what happened with Putin and the oligarchs. We know what happened in Hungary, and the one thing is that the wealthy elite never stands up. They're the last people you can count on it.
Do you want to do the lightning round?
What?
We always end with a lightning round.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but that's fine.
All right. Do tax cuts pay for themselves?
No.
If rich people give money to poor people, does it make society as a whole more rich or more poor?
Mostly richer.
Why do Republicans only care about deficits and debt when they're not in power?
They don't care about deficits and debt. They care about trying to prevent Democrats from spending money on helping people.
What's more important for economists? Being respected by other economists or being right?
Oh, some of both. I'm afraid, we're human beings.
Nassim Taleb says you're a BS vendor that will not deadlift. Will you deadlift against him?
Doesn't seem to me to be a really good way to settle intellectual arguments.
I mean, what's really great about deadlifting is you can do a 1 rep max. You're going to take 4 to 5 minutes off before you get to the next set. Have it out.
Yeah.
Then get back to it. What is the best measure of whether an economy is working? Justice or efficiency?
Oh, I would say neither. I mean, economies don't have to be. Certainly, efficiency is not enough. You can have an efficient economy where all the money goes to one person. But justice, you can have a very just but also very poor economy. The measure of economy is does it give people good lives?
Why is it that when businesses get free stuff from the government, it's called an incentive? But when poor people get free stuff from the government, it's called a handout?
Yeah, well, who pays? Who makes political contributions? Who's on the other end of the revolving door? For people in politics. Maximum cynicism is totally appropriate here.
Does economics deserve to have a Nobel Prize, or is it basically a Kids' Choice Award for intellectuals?
I have mixed feelings about the Nobel in economics. I mean, most of the Nobel Prizes leaving out present company, have been for actually valuable contributions. Some of them have been a little bit funny, but when I look at Claudia Golden getting a Nobel for really telling us the story about women's work, that certainly deserves some kind of prize. So, why not?
Can I make a pitch?
Yeah.
So I have 2 Peabodys. I definitely don't deserve them. It's for excellence in radio and television, 2 things that don't exist anymore. But I would happily take a Nickelodeon's Kid Choice Award. Number 1, my kids would think it's so fucking cool. Number 2, the possibility of getting slimed on television. And number 3, you get a surfboard. Supreme Court Judge Louis Brandeis once said, quote, "We may have democracy, or we may have wealth concentrated in the hands of a few, but we can't have both." Do you think capitalism and democracy are compatible? Yes or no?
Modified limited
yes
capitalism.
or no, Paul?
No, capitalism, yes, but not without limits. I mean, we had, for a good long stretch, combination of progressive taxation, estate taxes, strong unions. That was still capitalism, but it was also democracy. It's when you have, but no, I don't think we can have people as rich as Elon Musk and Larry Ellison and still sustain a democratic system.
Are you optimistic about the future or not?
No, I'm actually quite terrified on multiple fronts. I'm terrified about the fate of democracy. I'm terrified about climate change. You can't just roll over and hide under the bed. But no, I'm extremely worried.
Paul, you got to start deadlifting, and you got to start getting after it, big dog, because the fight continues, and we need that dog in you.
Oh, I run. Does that do it?
No, I need progressive weight training.
Okay.
Paul Krugman, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hurry right away, no delay, stop today. Make your daddy glad to have had such a lad.
One of the biggest new names in the crypto space is American Bitcoin
All right, yo. I think I'm going to cut it right there. I don't think we're going to see much action, if any more action, um, for the rest of the day. But the action that we did get was really nice. Really good price action. We made some money. We made a subscriber, my boy, some money. That was the first time he ever touched contracts, and he did really well. He made some good bread. So anyone else watching, want to check it out. When it's time to make moves, time to make moves. That's how you know the real streamers from the fake streamers. Do your thing. I'm out. See you next week.